Alright,
outside of
let's
the
do our
devil.
spider
And
walk.
some even say that Beelzebub was synonymous with the Canaanite god known as Baal. Either way, this entity next to Satan would eventually go on to be a false god throughout the Bible who convinced people to kill their babies and all that fun stuff. So Satan begins to whisper to Beelzebub and essentially declare his hatred for God in heaven. He says that all that this demon has done is made him more furious and steadfast in his resolve. Again, we don't know exactly what happened yet, but we'll get there. Satan continues to talk about how powerful he is and how he can wage war against God forever. He continues to say, referring to God, that glory never shall his wrath or might extort from me. Another interesting detail throughout this monologue and the rest of the story is Satan and the other demons never refer to God as God. They always refer to him as him or the one above heaven or so forth. Satan then says that he will never end his war against the quote tyranny of heaven. And Beelzebub suggests Satan should maybe slow his roll just a little bit. But Satan, undeterred, says that here now in hell he will continue his fight and that he will make a quote heaven of hell or hell of heaven. Clawing his way up on shore, Satan says that he will continue to ever do evil against God, and then says to Beelzebub what is essentially his motto in the story. It is better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Satan and Beelzebub begin to fly to a far-off shore. During this flight, Milton describes the incredible size of Satan himself. He says his form is closer to a ship than that of a man, and his spear is closer to a tree than any human weapon. Throughout the story, we'll see the characters transform a lot, but in their more natural form, they're more akin to a mountain than a person. Once they get to shore, Satan tells the army to follow him over. This army that follows him to shore consists of millions of fallen angels. Again, a third of all the armies of heaven. It says the leaders of this army have had their names removed from heaven, and while their holy names have been forgotten, they will one day be given names by humanity. Among these soldiers and fallen angels, he will one day be known as Moloch, Belial, Ashtaroth, Dagon, Azazel, and Mammon. All of these names are either associated with demons who in the Old Testament
Alright,
appeared
let's do some
merely
stretches.
as gods and made them do evil, to famous demons who would wage war against the church and God himself, as well as several names that are mentioned that are either the princes of hell or predominantly feature in a lot of biblical tradition as the heads of certain sins, such as the 7 deadly sins. And reading this part, I was over the moon. Like, for me being a weird biblical nerd, like the way I am, I approached this story the way it had been described to me online, like, okay, we're going to read a Sad Boy Satan fanfic, woohoo. But when I got to the part about the armies of defeated hell crawling out of the fire to shore, and all of the names that are mentioned are these demonic entities that either occur in the Bible or in oral history at some point, I was ecstatic. This was the insanity I was hoping for. It says, as they crawl out, they all pick up their broken spears and their fallen banners of battle. Seeing the side of their defeat, it says that Satan almost feels bad for making everyone go through this. Keyword being almost, as he won't do anything about it, he just more so resents the situation. With Satan's army gathered on the shores of hell, that's a great phrase anyway, they begin to plan their next move. Some suggest that they should fly up right now and keep fighting. Others say they should take their time. But at the moment, Satan decides that they need a sort of palace, because of course he does. So all of the army starts to dig, and they begin to find precious metals like gold. During this time, Mammon, one of the army's leaders, goes around encouraging them to find all the gold that they can. Mammon is a demonic figure associated with greed. And in Milton's characterization of him in the story, he says that while Mammon was an angel in heaven, he was always looking down at the roads paved with gold. It's interesting, you always hear these names of demonic or satanic entities and just always assume they were that way. But if you follow
Alright, that was the left hand.
that is
Now we're
held
going to
by
stretch
most
the
Christians,
right hand.
at one point they had to be angels. So Milton's characterization of them as such is pretty interesting. So with their gold and metals, they build a giant palace across the landscape of hell, a palace known as Pandemonium. So while I was reading this, I was like, oh cool, he named the palace after the word for chaos, right? No, it turns out the word pandemonium comes from Paradise Lost. It translates to all demons in Greek. So Milton named this palace of the demons All Demons. And then from this story, the word pandemonium was born. This palace or temple that they built for themselves is massive. It contains millions of fallen angels. And I don't mention the artwork I use in these videos a whole lot. Like for the Divine Comedy, I just use Gustave Doré because I love his stuff. And I'm doing the same here, but I have to mention, some of the artwork for Pandemonium is some of the coolest artwork I've ever seen. These miraculous structures that are highlighted by the flames of hell around them almost point out
Okay.
the absurdity and uselessness of their construction. It's just beautiful storytelling through imagery. And
Go back to
speaking of
the
imagery, as soon as
spider
Pandemonium
walk.
is completed,
So
Satan
we're
enters
doing
its
like
throne
3
and
note
they're all
values
set atop
for
golden
each
thrones.
BPM.
So now gathered
We're
here
gonna go up to
in the gates
90
of
from
hell,
50.
with an altar to themselves, they begin to plan their next move. Satan leads the conversation, saying that heaven is not lost, but surely they have some way to fight back. The first one to speak is Moloch. Moloch is described as a brute and one of the fiercest warriors of, it used to be heaven, but now it's hell. Moloch is full bore. They immediately have to fight back. He wants war and vengeance now. It's not really explained a lot throughout the story, but the concept of annihilation is mentioned, and it's described as being something that God himself has to do directly to a living being. And it's kind of vaguely hinted at being the ceasing of consciousness, so like a non-afterlife or reunion upon death. And Moloch says it would be better to face annihilation than to just sit here in hell. Belial, another infamous demonic entity, tells Moloch that he should maybe slow his roll a little bit, because as Belial says, they all got beat pretty bad, and it would probably be a bad idea to just try the same thing over again. And then proceeds to tell everyone that they should count their losses, because at least they're still, existing. Mammon then proposes a third option. He says that heaven is totally overrated, and they probably can't go back to it now anyway. So why not continue to build up hell itself, and then they could make an empire that could rival heaven. With this, everyone seems to cheer and like the idea of building up their own glory within hell. All except Satan and Beelzebub, who have stayed silent this whole time. Beelzebub then speaks and says that this is a stupid idea because they're not really free at all, they're just jailed. They can build all the palaces and think that they're kings as much as they want, but they're essentially locked in a box. So it's foolish to think this empire can be anything as long as they're trapped. It's now that the primary plot of our story kicks off, as while Beelzebub is speaking, he mentions that before they left heaven, they heard that God was creating a new world called Earth, with a new creature called man. Beelzebub continues and says that whatever this man creature is, it won't be as powerful as the angels. And they know the angel strategy won't work because, again, you see them lying in fire for 9 days. So instead, what if they hurt God by destroying his creation? And then from there, they can take over the earth and make a real empire. With this, everyone agrees and says it's a perfect idea. With that, Beelzebub says that they need a volunteer, someone who can go to Earth and for one, see if they can even access it, and two, if they can corrupt it to make a gateway for everyone else. So of course, Satan, who we're going to find out later was planning this all along, stands up and offers himself to be the volunteer to go to Earth and try to corrupt man. He valiantly tells his followers that if he's going to be their leader, then he might as well act like it. Everyone cheers his departure, and as he's walking out of Pandemonium, he tells them to continue to build because they're probably going to need a palace here as well. As they all clear out of Pandemonium, it says that several of the demons come across these giant beasts and dragons along the floors of hell. So, make it that way. So Satan begins to fly off to leave hell and try to find Earth, and eventually he comes across the exit of hell. Hell has 9 gates, 3 of brass, 3 of iron, and 3 of rock. The very construction of these gates is a blasphemy of the gates of heaven. When Satan gets to the gate of hell, there are 2 figures guarding it. One of them is a figure whose top half resembles a beautiful woman, but her lower half is like a dragon snake thing. And then it says around her waist are these violent shape. It's a massive dark figure made up of void that whenever it steps the ground around it trembles. Satan asks to pass through the gate, and the shadow figure says that he needs to learn his place and suffer in hell like he's supposed to. Satan, who at this point is very much obeying the tomfoolery, says that he doesn't have time for it and they should just let him through the gate. However, during the argument that ensues, both of the figures refer to Satan as father. This catches Satan off guard, and he asks them to clarify why they're calling him dad. The
Trying to get this nose
says that
surgery.
her name is Sin, and that she was conceived
Listen to this.
at the moment that Satan considered to rebel against
Horrible.
God in heaven. That rebellion
Dreadful.
of Satan being the universe's first sin, and this figure is the embodiment of it. That's why she appears the way she does. Much like sin,
I'll put it up to 70. You're at 50.
attractive entity, but whenever you view the whole of it, you realize that she is death and destruction. And speaking of death and destruction, Sin says that while she was in heaven again after Satan had created her, her presence began to tempt the other angels who were in Satan's side. This continued buildup of sin caused her to give birth to a new entity. That entity being the shadow figure on the other side of the gate, known as death. So through Satan's original pride and thoughts of overthrowing God, he created sin. And through sin's prevalence throughout heaven, sin created death. There's a lot of hypocrisy between what Satan does and what God does. We'll see scenes in heaven later that involve God and Jesus. But we're already seeing the groundwork of that dynamic. Satan offers to be the heroic sacrifice to go to earth so that everything can have what they want. Again, a parallel to God in Christ. He now stands here with sin and death, both his creations, as an unholy trinity, and even the setup of having this grand palace in heaven. Everything that Satan does seems to be a sort of mirror image of what he knows to be power and glory. However, it's his motives and application that we'll see throughout the story that separate him from the sinless grace or power of God. Sin continues her story and says that whenever the angels fell from heaven, sin and death were cast out as well. And as they were cast out, sin was given the keys to the gates of hell and told to never open them. You're probably asking yourself, why did God or the angels give sin the keys to hell? And we'll talk about that later. So after hearing all of that, Satan's like, well, that's weird. Say, I got a deal. What if you let me through that gate, I'll let you two come with me eventually. And immediately the two forget their post to keep the gate locked, because as soon as Satan says they can come with him to this new earth, they get excited, and sin immediately opens the gate. Milton refers to the key and the opening of the gate as the sad instrument of all our world. The gate opens into a sea of raw chaos. It said later in the story that God built the earth using chaos, or essentially energy, to put the world and everything together. So here, outside of hell itself, is just like a cloud of nothingness. Satan leaps into the nothingness trying to fly, but immediately starts to fall. It seems that outside of this realm of creation, he has no power. But just as he's falling, a great wind blows him upwards, and he continues to glide through empty space of chaos by random winds. Why did sin have the key to the gate? How is Satan convenient to get to earth? Hypothetical questions that I may or may not answer. We'll find out. As he's getting blown around, Satan comes to a giant figure made of this dark energy that identifies himself as chaos itself. Satan offers him the same deal. He's like, hey, if you tell me where Earth is, you can come with me. And Chaos is like, oh. Blows along with that. As Satan leaves, death and sin physically eventually, as eventually sees at this point, we then cut to heaven and see God and Jesus sitting on the throne. Now, it's debated a lot throughout Christianity Since God is omniscient and exists outside of time, God sees everything that is going to happen. So God looks at this and says that eventually his creation will betray him. He also mentions that he could in fact stop it right now if he wanted to, but the purpose of this creation was the concept of love, so that they could experience love and be free. And love does not exist without the concept of free will. Something cannot be loved if it's just for subjugation. It has to be a willing desire to follow something else. And in this moment, God knows that humanity is resigned to its own choosing. God says that humanity will not be wholly punished. It will just choose to no longer be divine creatures, and therefore cannot act in divinity. They will know suffering, they will know corruption, they will know everything that they shouldn't have to. The Son, aka Jesus, asks God if all of humanity is lost. And God says that some will be lost and some will chase after their sin. But he also says that some will listen. And since through their free will to participate in this evil will lead them to the evils that humanity will suffer, it will be their free will and another kind of participation that will lead them back to God's side. And God says that way will be payment for a sacrifice. To which, mimicking the scene we picked up earlier in hell, God asks who will volunteer. Of course, Jesus volunteers. I emphasize that to again show you how Satan wants to go to earth in order to conquer it and in order to defile it so it can be no better than him. Whereas Jesus makes the same offering, only unlike Satan, who is trying to bring humanity down to his suffering, Jesus is trying to bring humanity up to his grace. It refers to Jesus in this moment. It says, "In whom the fullness dwells of love divine, that he himself wanted to defeat Satan, death, and sin forever." Something I love about Paradise Lost is whenever you hear the concept of the story, you already know where it's going to go. Like, no one who has any concept of theology picked up the book and was like, oh, the Garden of Eden from Satan's perspective. I wonder how it turns out for that guy. Like, we all know where this story's going, just as God knows where the story's going. And it's a beautiful picture that before the fall of man ever occurred, God already had our way back prepared. But what the story does that's particularly interesting isn't the narrative. Again, we all know how that turns out. It's characterization of it. And the majority of that characterization falls on Satan. All that is truly known throughout the Bible is the idea that Satan saw himself as equal to God, and after trying to take that place, he was cast down. And here we see those ideas more fleshed out. As mentioned earlier, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. But as the story goes on, that philosophy begins to crumble upon itself, and we see Satan continue to grasp for straws to try to maintain his power and his resilience for his own cause. And in the end, just how far he's willing to justify his own suffering. So anyway, we cut back to Satan who's making his way to Earth and lands in the Scotch forest. It's also at this time, and Milton doesn't do this a lot. Dante was way worse for it in his writings. But a lot of these older writers do this thing where their characters monologue or reflect their own beliefs, but not in like a natural story way, like a very just out of pocket announcement of ideas. And I made fun of Dante a lot for it, so it's only fair that Milton gets some too. Like throughout Dante's Inferno, Milton will come across someone suffering in hell and be like, oh, you're burning upside down forever? But you're from a town that's not Florence? Wow, that's pretty lame. And Milton's not as bad for it, but there's a scene here that I was like, there's that Dante. As mentioned earlier, Milton was a strong Protestant, so he was very against the Catholic Church and most governments. So Milton hated the idea of a priest talking to someone who then talks to God for you. So whenever Satan gets to Earth, heaven is right above Earth, like he can physically be seen from Earth. And Satan is just like, wow, sure would be stupid if I thought I needed to speak to someone to talk to all that. Satan just rams. He's like, can you imagine needing, like, I don't know, a monk or a priest even to talk to God when I can just yell and he'll hear me? That's so stupid. which I kind of have to give Milton props for using the devil as his like morality megaphone. And I'm exaggerating a little bit for comedic effect, just a little bit, because he doesn't, say priest by name, just pretty much the idea of like it'd be dumb to hear. Whenever I read this for the first time, I like read a little bit of it and I'm like, is he saying that he's pro priest? Because I just assumed if the devil's saying it, then I'm not supposed to fall for it. But then as I kept reading, I'm like, oh, he's doing the Dante thing. Okay. Also, so Milton had this belief that I don't want to say aliens, but pretty much aliens. The idea that perhaps different spirits or divine creatures of God exist in the stars or out in space of some sort, which was like a really controversial belief at the time. And Milton didn't even necessarily believe in it. He just thought it was kind of neat. So while Satan's standing there on Earth, he looks up at the moon and he's like, I wonder if there's any people up there. So Satan continues walking and eventually comes to this awkward gate made of gold and diamond. Just on the other side of the gate, he sees a staircase which is identified as Jacob's ladder. One of the characters of the Old Testament, Jacob, had a vision of a ladder going up to heaven where he saw angels going up and down it. In the story, this is symbolic of the gateway that the angels take from heaven to earth. Satan jumps over the gate and it's described as the way a wolf would leap over a gate, or perhaps a paid clergyman in a church. Just, real subtle blink and you miss of jabs like that. As Satan begins to climb Jacob's ladder, he begins to feel envious. He sees this creation rolled out before him and is mad that he doesn't get to be a part of it. He looks over and sees the sun, which was newly created as part of this realm of earth. Satan flies out and steps foot on the sun and says that it feels almost nostalgic as the light of it reminds him of heaven. And he reminisces that as he'll likely never be allowed to step foot into the ocean, this is the closest he's going to get. As he's standing on the sun, he looks down at earth and sees an angel sitting on top of a hill. He recognizes this angel on the hill as Uriel of heaven's guards. He assumes that if God's creation of man is on earth, then Uriel must be guarding it. So in order to approach Uriel, Satan disguises himself as a cherub. And I'm sorry, this isn't one of the crazy 6-winged cherubs. We'll see some of those later. This is described as an infant cherub, so it's more in line with like the Renaissance art that was popular at the time. So you can think that Satan transformed a little innocent baby angel. So Satan, as a cherub, approaches Uriel and says that he wants to go into God's creation so that he can better understand God and give him praises and nothing devious. And this works because, as the story notes, the angels have never known any kind of contempt or guile or deceit outside of what Satan did. So the concept of Satan appearing as another angel never even crossed their mind. So Uriel just lets the cherub on through. As Satan begins to fly into what is now the Garden of Eden, he is overcome with the beauty of it. As he's flying, he begins to become emotional and feel that he missed everything. He begins to think that his rebellion was ultimately worth it. While thinking of God, he says that his good upbraided none, nor was his sin his harm. Essentially, why did I ever even need to do that in the first place? If it wasn't for that action, I could be like Uriel and be a part of this pudding. As a matter of fact, Satan feels so much sorrow in this moment that he feels unworthy and guilty to be in Eden in the first place. And perhaps most tragic of all, Satan assumed that the misery and despondence he was feeling was because he was in heaven earlier in the story, but now here, surrounded by all this beauty, the misery hasn't gone away. He says, which way I fly is hell, my sin is heaven. Until his rebellion, he had never known grief or sorrow or shame or anything in life. So here, over again, Satan asks himself, should I ask for forgiveness? Keep in mind, this story was written in the 1600s. The devil was more so the concept or the embodiment of the concept. And for Milton to do this, very well could have done this, not only understanding the condition, on God's side or act as a happy person whenever all he really wants is to just take power. He continues to echo that quote, better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. And in this moment, he decides that his work, everything he's done is for a purpose. Satan had also been asking himself the question of why God just hadn't forgiven him as soon as it was over. He'd seen the forgiveness of God time and time again, wondered why he himself was the exception. But here, in this moment, as he realizes that those feelings never go away, and he's more so just overcome with the beauty around him rather than actually being sorry, that as he now recognizes that he's never changed and he's never going to change, God knew all along, and despite his temporary doubts, Satan never wanted forgiveness. God always knew that. So, as Satan's having this inner conflict and his eyes are welled up with tears and he's furious and mad, Uriel, who's watching all of this, goes, man, that cherub is going through. Because again, Satan's still in the form of a cherub. And all of these expressions are, very visible. And it's during that moment because a divine cherub that doesn't know grief or pain would never make half of the expressions that guy made. Uriel figures this must have been a trick. More specifically, it must be one of the fallen angels because there's not many contenders for evil shape-shifting cherubs. So Uriel, who's too far from Satan to catch up, decides to go to hell. So Satan then comes to these beautiful trees in the center of paradise. He transforms himself into the visage of a bird and flies up atop the tallest tree in the garden, the tree of life. Immediately next to this tree of life is the tree of knowledge. As Satan sits on top of the tree, he sees this infinite peace around him, the peace that he's overcome with, realizing he'll never experience it again. And as Satan is up here, this great creation, he sees two creatures coming by. He immediately recognizes them as being special because they're both made in the image of God. These two creatures are horse and Adam. The story describes the two as being naked and weary, since they do not know sin and do not know concepts of shame, guilt, lust, or anything of the sort. The two of them are just walking on the top of the horse and Adam because sin is not a concept, at least not to them. Satan walks as the two walk through the fountain next to the tree of knowledge. As the two are just sitting by the fountain eating fruit, there are lions laden with lambs and all of these beasts of predators that are in perfect harmony. The concepts of death and misery are not intertwined yet, so everything living in perfect love. As Satan is listening, he hears the conversation between the two. They're discussing the tree of knowledge next to him. Whenever Adam and later Eve were made in the garden, they were told to not eat of the tree of knowledge, lest they should surely die. I'll talk about at the end why the tree was there and all that, but for now they're just not supposed to eat of it. As they're sitting there, they're talking about it, and Eve says, "What do you think die means?" And Adam says, "I don't know, but it's probably bad. Probably something that we don't want to happen." Anyway, the fruit tastes amazing. Says that whenever Adam looks at Eve, he smiles at her. Eve begins to talk about the creation of the universe and says it's because of her, it's also because him the scales, which are indicating the difference between the power of God, i.e. Gabriel, and the power of Satan in his personal pride, which is literally nothing, because all of his power is just a amalgamation of God, which is nothing compared to Gabriel's God power. So I cannot stress this enough. Satan was about to destroy the entirety of creation, and Gabriel literally power scaled him. Satan is about to fight, and Gabriel grabs him. You see that chart right there? It's tons of Satan travels to the dark side of the earth and symbolizes so the next morning, when Adam and Eve wake up, Eve says that she had a bad dream. Now you can imagine that Adam was like, back up, what an interesting concept. In the dream, Eve says a voice that she thought was Adam's guided her to the tree of knowledge. When she got to the tree, an angel appeared and took a bite of the fruits and offered the same to Eve. She said it was hard to explain, but she felt that eating of the fruit would make her become God. So as soon as she took a bite of it in the tree, her and the angelic figure flew up into the clouds before the angelic figure disappeared, and she slowly drifted down to earth before waking up. I didn't expect dream symbolism of the fall of man depicted in a story from the 17th century, but I'm definitely here for it. As she's relating this story to Adam, Eve begins to cry, which is, again, probably a new emotion for them. Adam comforts her, telling her that it's okay, and that just because something happened in a dream doesn't mean it's real. At the same time, God in heaven, who's seen all of this, says that Adam and Eve must be aware of the devil's tricks.
Okay.
So God calls on one of his chief
Let's
angels,
work on some
Raphael,
picking
to
exercises.
earth and warn Adam and Eve. However, God stresses that this doesn't mean you imprison them, and it doesn't mean you hunt down Satan and capture him. This is just to inform them.
I say we
tricks
start with
that
some
Satan
alternate
is gonna
picking
try to pull,
exercises.
because above all else, they must maintain the freedom to do whatever they desire. So Raphael comes to earth in this seraph-like embodiment of a six-winged angel, and Adam and Eve
Today
see
we are
the
working on
bright
this
light of
working on this hand
Raphael glowing
synchronization
before he
challenge.
gets close. So as they see him walking their way, they begin to prepare a feast of fruits and drinks. Whenever Raphael steps into their home or position. As soon as Raphael, one of God's chief angels, walks into the burrow, he bows himself before Eve and says, "Hail, mother of mankind, your fruitful womb shall fill the earth." So as they eat, Adam and Eve begin to ask Raphael questions. Initially they ask questions like, "Oh, can angels eat human food? What's it like to fly?" And basic stuff you'd imagine a human would ask an angel. Eventually, Adam asks a question about the position plants and fruits that have a physical form, and then you have animals that have a physical form and some level of sentience, and then you have humans that have physical form, sentience, and soul. And Raphael explains that this continues to rise. You have all three of those as well as power. In his mind and in his heart, the concept of
Facing challenge.
The visual of that they need to unite together. with that, the fight begins. The story describes it as being all elements that can never be as they fight, angels continue to assume their form as these massive mountains of creatures that are attacking each other from all angles. Now, nothing can die as much as the so instead, the battle is described as firing each other out to the point where mountain can't move, essentially just a fight. There's also mention that during the fight, God is one this lessens their power so that it's like, oh, well, we can go.
So it's a good alternate picking workout. Essentially, it just gets faster and faster, and then it starts becoming difficult. But so we'll try doing that regularly, and seeing what that does for us. We'll go back to the slow part. Put it on slow motion. And we're going to go through the whole thing again at half speed. It's a pretty real slow. Put it at 7.5 because it's too slow to follow along to. And so here's what I've noticed. We can try to work on these more complicated picking styles, economy picking, legato, sweep, whatever. I think we need to start with the most basic picking style, alternate picking. And get really good at alternate picking. We can alternate pick because that's like the basis of everything. But how many times do I play, like, on these scales? I get, like, lost. You're actually doing okay there, but still. finally noticed what the pattern is. I was like having trouble figuring out the notational pattern. I don't know how to describe it, but I can kind of intuit what the pattern is there. It's sort of a weird pattern to it. But yeah. So now we're going at 0.75 speed of 140, and we're having trouble keeping up. So we've been going through this whole exercise at 0.75 speed. Now we're up to 140, and even if at 0.75 speed, we can still barely follow along. So let's go all the way back down to the beginning, and let's do normal speed now. Let's try doing this without any BPM. So it feels like it's a different pattern because there's some sort of weird thing. But it's the same pattern for each of them. And you have to maintain the alternate picking, right? So it's all on one string, you just go like up and down. Let's see if I can just keep going up and down and then just start doing the other part with my hand. See, this is called a hand synchronization exercise. It's all about getting your left and right hand in sync, which is very important. It's a hand synchronization alternate picking workout. So let's start from the beginning. Too soon. Alright, now 50 BPM. That was 40. So now that I know the pattern, I don't need to look. I was trying to follow along visually, but now alright. Try 70 BPM. I'll pick. Here we go. 70 BPM. about our limits. We can go up higher if we want to, but we're doing poor forms. Let's go all the way back down. Let's just go through it again. Because I like this exercise. I didn't like it at first, but I stuck with it. Now I'm getting what it's practicing, and I like it. And we can go to our other alternate picking exercise in a second afterwards, where we go to the pentatonics. Alright, we're at 110. I can barely play along now. Let's give it a shot though. let's try this other one that we got.
The
It's another alternate picking one that we've been doing a while ago. For a while.
He was like, oh, this love has
Here
been
we go.
lost, so surely if as established, the purpose of humanity
exercises. Single most effective picking exercise. It's the single most effective one.
God offers them other methods at the time of Adam and Eve. That was the following of the new law.
Hi.
We
We talked about focus,
represent
how
that
that is
sacrifice.
really one of the most
Sheep are then
essential
killed in the garden first.
places to
As
spend some
sheepskin
time
is
if you
draped
want to
over their body.
progress 10
Clothing.
times
To maintain
the
free
rate you
will.
are now.
So
And you really can. Just look at the areas of playing guitar.
selfishness.
Let's say you really lack rhythm skills.
Give themselves
Like when you try to solo,
They
you
must
can't
commit
really,
another
you
act
stumble and fall because you can't play the rhythms that you want to play underneath the notes.
sin
When you play riffs, you have a hard time getting into them because
in
you
that
don't really
way,
have the skills of
death is
playing
not
them because
as
you
much
lack the
a
rhythm skills,
punishment
right? So
as it
everything
is a
that you try to play on top of that is going to suffer because of your rhythm skills. Once you bring those up, then you can suddenly hear how good you are at technique, at all the other things like scales and your soloing capability, right? So focusing on that is going to make the biggest difference in your development now, right? That's just one example. Well, then look at individual skills like playing chords, soloing, which is an essential thing that we all like this in any endeavor. There are always the vital few over the trivial many. So when it comes to picking and alternate picking, developing your picking skills, there's one exercise, because what we just found out in the previous video is that it's all about accuracy. Once you have picking depth accuracy when you pick, then suddenly you have the same amount of resistance going back and forth across the string because there's the same picking height, picking depth. So it's the same resistance, and you don't really need to go any deeper than the string itself. Accents, so you synchronize the two hands is that is not the focus. The focus of picking fast is not picking fast, it's accuracy, as we've been talking about. Accuracy, you make sure that you don't pick any deeper than the string itself. Because that's all you need. And if you can do that on every pitch note up and down, then that's just then playing fast is just a matter of having your accents right. And accuracy comes from repetitions, where you focus on it. You have to have that focus. If you don't have the focus, the brain is not going to learn anything because it's not focused in that area, right? It's just focus on picking, right? So you try to pick fast. You have no idea that the reason why we cannot pick fast is because we're not accurate. Once you're accurate, it's like a machine almost, right? This is really cool when it comes to the brain where the string is, basically, without looking, on a very, one thousandth of a millimeter or one hundredth of a millimeter level, right? So you have exactly the same resistance at each pick stroke. Because how on earth are you going to pick fast if you don't, right? Then you have to use your whole arm to get that working, because then it doesn't matter with picking depth, because you're just forcing it through the string, right? But if you're going to have this kind of
Alright. I think he's on to something here. So, essentially, what Klaus here from GuitarMastery.com is saying, and he had mentioned something like this before I'd seen, is you need to practice the picking without trying to worry about ringing out any notes or anything, right? And you have to have it so ingrained, all of like the distances between each string, right? And you have to pick that accurately, meaning you're not like digging under the string, you're doing it with as little pick as possible, just the very tip of the pick, right? You barely touch the string, just the tip of the pick. And you have to practice having these distances between these strings and picking rhythmically so ingrained that it takes zero effort, right, to switch between strings at all. So that once we get to the point where we are going between strings, playing notes, the picking aspect is seamless. And I think he's correct. And so we have to isolate that picking thing, right? And so I'm trying to work on the simplest. So I was trying to, prior to this, you were trying to learn these complicated picking forms. Legato, sweep picking, economy picking. I think with all aspects of our guitar playing, whether it's the notational, whether it is the rhythmic, whether it's anything, we have to focus, make sure that we've really ingrained the basics. And so alternate picking is the most basic picking style, I would say. Maybe you could say downstrokes might be more simple, but maybe in another way you could think of downstrokes being more complicated, right? Right, that's for like the metal shit, the thrash metal shit. Like Metallica is all downstrokes. Alternate picking is like the fundamentals, really. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And so I think what we need to do is isolate that skill and really master the most basic picking style to a degree that we hadn't even considered trying to do. Because imagine the kind of, like, it's all relative. Like right now, if you were to compare me to where I was a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever, I'm I'm like extremely fluid. Right? However, in the grand scheme of things, this is still a very choppy, I'm very choppy. You see, like once I start trying to bring the speed up, it gets very choppy. And so, alternate picking will be our focus.
Where it seems like you're using the same technique when you play slow as when you play fast.
And so this is what we're going to be focusing on. It's alternate picking, and on top of alternate picking, we're going to be incorporating mixing note values, right? So that's basically going from slow to fast.
Then you need.
So yeah, listen there. You hear how this dude Klaus plays? It's unbelievably smooth. It's unbelievably smooth, right? It's like difficult to even comprehend how you can become so smooth on guitar. But what he's done is he's completely isolated each of these movements.
You need to have these repetitions.
He's not a metal guy. He seems like more of a potentially like a jazz fusion kind of guy. But he has a lot of neoclassical stylings to what he does.
Where you focus on accuracy. That's it, right? And every
some like flamenco in there.
String is different, so you have to practice on every string because this is very light, this is very heavy. This is round, right? So picking accurately on the low strings.
You see that?
It's something different than practicing on or picking accurately up here.
Right. And so then, picking accurately on the low strings is different than picking accurately on the high strings. And I've noticed that. Oftentimes, I feel like I get in a good. Come back down to try to play differently. Alright, man, so is he going to tell us the exercise?
You cannot see it because the movements are so small, but you don't go up and down like this. This is uncontrollable. This is not. This is really cool when it comes to. It's a really cool movement. But so that's what you do, and then you practice the string any deeper than you need to.
Practice.
Just note once you do that, you can really feel how easy it is to cross the string, and you should have a totally stiff pick, of course. And then once you have that down, you start making little accents. You go ba da 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 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, and you have to bam like that, right? And to do that with accuracy requires a lot of repetitions, right? Because you need to teach the brain where the string is, basically, without looking, on a very 1/1000th of a million or 1/100th of a millimeter level, right?
So let's just work on that for like a little bit. And then we're going to move on to another Klaus video. Because I think Klaus has a lot of good information, but he tries to spread them out through a lot of different videos, rather than just giving you all the whole deal. So yeah, he's saying that it takes just insane amount of repetition, right, of these simple movements. Like everybody enjoys, not everybody, but some people, they'll get into they'll repeat the whole exercise or whatever. He's saying, forget about exercises, forget about everything. Just practice picking rhythmically using just the very tip of the pick and accenting it like 1, 2, 3, right? And then switching between the strings and all of that. See, it's so annoying because he's right. I can feel it in my bones. He's correct. But it's like very frustrating to sit there and just practice picking motions. And so yeah, I have, when it comes to doing these picking exercises, or not, it's not even exercise, I don't even know what you can call this. I guess it's an exercise. It's difficult because I have no endurance for it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be trying to do it, and then it's as if like my hands just want to give up. And it goes to what he's saying about the repetition. You do it so often that your hands just don't want to give up. They'll be happy to fucking move between the strings and do those note values. Right? So then when you circle back to playing note values, the actual notes, right? Your hands would just be so much more fluid. And so I guess I gotta shut up and just practice it. So here's my strategy for this. I'm trying to zero in on all the motions that my body doesn't want to do, and then just do them over and over and over again. So this right here. So this is clearly the way you do it, but it just takes so much time. But I got nothing but time, so whatever. So this is how you practice all of the different picking skills. Like you can do sweep picking this way as well. I honestly believe that, like, I have this fucked up nose, and I honestly believe, it's like sometimes I'm playing, I'm trying to focus, and it feels like if I was able to get a deep breath through my nose, then I'd be good. But the fact that I can't, that's gonna fuck me up. I honestly believe that if I fix my nose, I'll be like a better guitar player, because I'll be able to breathe deeply better while I'm in the middle of something that requires a lot of focus. You hear that? That's when I try to breathe through my nose. It's terrible. What an awful affliction. Yeah, my hand doesn't want to do this motion here. And I play on this string, and then I jump to this string for the accent. And so what I'm doing is I'm just playing, well, I'm covering up, I'm muting all of the strings, and I'm just doing picking motions. So there's no notes ringing out. And I'm just zeroing in on areas where my hand doesn't want to do that picking motion. And now I'm trying to repeat that picking motion over and over again. Alright, I'm gonna raise the BPM a little bit. Not so we can go faster, but so we can get like different accents. different notational mixing, essentially. And I mean, note values. So this is the hard part when you try to speak musical language, right? Because notes, these are notes. Right, those are notes. But then, note values, like half notes, quarter notes, whatever, those are also notes. So, whatever. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do two notes per string. I'm not playing any notes though, but like just two up and down strokes. I'm gonna try to maintain that movement because my hand doesn't want to do that. Let me stretch my hands. So stick with it. Let's watch another one of these Klaus videos.
Hey, what if I could show you a way in which you can turn a few little skills, something you've learned and spent quite a lot of time on, and you could expand those so they would just, instead of being this little bundle of stuff you've learned, you could very quickly, using a percentage of the time it took to learn them, by combining them in new ways and being creative, you could just expand the amount of stuff you're able to do with them. So it sounds like you've been practicing for 10 times what you actually put in. This is possible. And this is possible using a very, very simple principle of getting a lot from a little. But it requires discipline, because most people are really following their monkey brain. We got 3 levels. The human frontal lobes. At the top there, most people just go by the monkey intuition that says, if I want to be able to do I'll show you a very practical example.
I go
top 15th fret, pull off down to the 12th, and hit the 13th fret on the B string of the gives you a nice rhythm combining let's say you spend hours practicing this, with the metronome in front of the TV, and then once you've done that, you want to really exploit what you've been practicing. So let's look into it. Instead of moving on to something else, you say, okay, what else can I do with this? Well, I can right? So if I lay out my arpeggios in exactly the same way, where I have two notes on the first, one on the next, and one on the next, then I can play any arpeggio using the same picking pattern. That's really cool. That's what my modal mastery system is based on. That kind of thinking in economy when it comes to practicing. But so let's do some more stuff. And if we take a lot of four-note arpeggios and the dominant seven, and then all the seven different arpeggios of the major scale, we can do whatever I'm doing now. I'm doing all of these arpeggios, which is just a massive amount of value for my practicing. So let's do it. Let's see what the equivalent.
Okay. So he's talking about how you should take what you know and then combine the different things you learn, right? Rather than just isolating everything, right? Well, you got to isolate things a little bit, but once you understand the thing, you have to put the things together. Oh. And so the example he used is how people learn how to sweep pick over this A minor 7 arpeggio, right? Then what they can do is they can go down to which if this is A minor 7, that's probably the natural minor, and then this would be Mixolydian, which has a dominant 7. Right. Which has a major 3rd and a minor 7th, right? So then you go like this. Or whatever, right? Or whatever. So let's figure out, so this is another thing we gotta practice. We gotta master these arpeggio shapes, right? So I have the ability to figure out a dominant 7 arpeggio pretty quickly. But I don't have it memorized. I got the minor 7 memorized. Like that's the minor 7, and then this is the major 7. But I can't arpeggiate that instantaneously. So we gotta get to the point where we can arpeggiate the dominant 7 instantaneously. So then, in practice, it would be. Right, so we got this, the minor 7 here. Alright, and then you would go down, let's say hypothetically now, so C major, then you go down to F major, which is the Mixolydian, which is a major 7. So we go like this. So let's try combining these slower. Get a beat going, or not a beat, just a metronome. And I think there's a half diminished. At Locrian, that's a half diminished seventh, right? Locrian seventh chord. Half diminished seventh. Alright, so that's a half diminished seventh. Right, I know that chord. Half diminished, cool. We want to see the arpeggio. The arpeggiated version of that chord. Right? the rest of this video.
What about doing that? And then going right back and doing the same thing again. Right, and I might already have practiced this. Right? That's the next little thing here. Again, slowly.
I kind of like doing shitty bends sometimes. Like off note bends, but like deliberate. It's not like an accident. Since I'm doing this now, let me use some of my 3-note per string blues scale shape or pentatonic, because I've been practicing that a little bit, so I can stretch out here and go for the 12, the 15, and the 17th fret. A million times, 1,000 times, breaking it up and start doing something else like it's going to seem extremely like you're playing something completely different, but you're not, because you're using the same movement of your fingers, and the result is going to come so fast, it's just amazing. Even though it feels like, oh, this is a big change, right? So this is what he's saying. He assumes that you've been practicing this arpeggio over and over and over again, so you have it perfectly mastered. Picking up and down. And he says, well, why don't you try putting extra notes into that arpeggio? Right, or whatever. I don't know if that's really as eye-opening as he thinks it is. Like, personally, I already play like that. Like, I just combine different scales and notes and whatever, right? Like, this is his most viewed videos, and there's like all these people, and they're like, this is honestly the best piece of advice I've ever seen. Like really? Combining different things you already know. I mean, I figured that was kind of the main. So here's what I think. If you are one of these people who from the beginning you only ever focused on technique, then this would be eye-opening. For me, this is obvious. Yeah, you combine the different skills. And so I kind of have to go in the opposite direction where I need to like really focus on practicing the individual techniques. Because when I play, I naturally combined everything. These little techniques, right?
How about tapping? How about tapping that note up there? I've been practicing that as well. Right? I can do that.
Alright, move on.
To perform simple movements. The more complex up and down combinations of fingers here, the longer it's going to take you to learn it, of course, and the slower the sequence is going to be, simply because there's more for the brain to do. And so that's the first thing you must focus on whenever you want to create a very fast run or sequence. The second thing is the string shifts, because it's not that, in the beginning I could do string shifts, but I needed some inlet. Once I've learned them, I couldn't do a lot of them in a very short period of time. The more inlet I had, the more notes on one string I had before the string shift, the more accurate and the better it became. So if you play 3 notes on each string, right, da 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 da, just a scale over the 6 strings there, then you're actually performing a string shift every second note, and that's why it's so challenging to just play a simple scale with alternate picking very fast. But if you, like in this one, have a long distance between your string shifts because you are playing more notes on one string before you go to the next, then it's much easier to perform good string shifts, and the sequence will be faster on the top there. So that's it. Those are the 2 things that we have in this sequence here. But first, before we move into the run and look at that, how you play it across all 6 strings, let's create a loop that you can use to practice with. That's what I do always. Whenever I'm confronted with anything to learn, I create little loops, because little loops allow me to play over and over again, just the smallest entity or instance of the sequence, and then play that over and over again. So once I've done that, my fingers are trained for the sequence, and now I can play across all 6 strings and have focus on the shapes of the scale, where to move my fingers, and not what to play within the shape. I hope that makes sense. So let's build a little loop first, listen to it, and then I'll explain it to you, and then we'll look at the big run afterwards. So let's have a look at this sequence, but one instance of it only in the ascending version, and then in the descending version as well, and let's combine them so we have a loopable exercise. I'm in the key of E minor, and I'm choosing the 2 middle strings here, the D string and the G string for this purpose. So on the D string, we have the first 6-note shape that looks like this. We have a note in the 12th on the D string, in the 14th, and in the 16th fret. And the same thing I will cover. Let's have a look at this sequence. One instance of it in the ascending version, and then in the descending version as well. I'm in the key of B minor, and I'm choosing 2 strings here, the D string and the G string for this purpose. So on the D string, the first 6 notes. This is pretty much what I do all the time. Now I'm just going to play the same thing in different positions, right? So I play down, up, down, 12, 14, 16, and then on the next string I play the same frets, 12, 14, 16, but now beginning with an up string. So I head down, over here, and then up, down, up.
note per string alternate picking, the ups and the downs alternate, right? So it is down, up, down, up, down, up. But here's the thing, he doesn't switch the string, but he restarts the pattern here, in the middle of that pattern. And so the alternate picking switches again. You hear this? That's in that third one is in the middle of the second one. And so this is going to help us get really good alternate picking.
Yeah? So that's one instance of the sequence in the ascending direction. What I'm going to do now is move up one position again and play the whole thing reverse. So what's that position? Well, how does that look? We have another 6-note shape here that's equally symmetrical. We have the 16th, which is right in between the dots on the G string. Then we have the 17th, which is just on the dot. And then the 19th fret on that string. And the same frets on the G string as well. So 16, 17, and 19 on both the D string and the G string. And so let's play that in a descending version. Alright, so I just play down instead of up. Instead of playing 3 notes up, I play 3 notes down, right? So I have my fourth finger in the 19th fret, then I go to the 17th and the 16th. Start the new reverse. So what's that position? Well, how does that look? We have another 6-note shape up here that's equally symmetrical. We have the 16th, which is right in between the dots on the G string. Then we have the 17th, which is just on the dot, and then the 19th fret there on that string. And the same frets on the G string as well. So 16, 17, and 19 on both the D string and the G string. And so let's play that in a descending motion. So I just play down instead of up. So I play 3 notes up. But I the ascending version. I'm 17th and 3 notes down, right? So I have my fourth finger in the 19th fret, then I go to the 17th and the 16th. But I, because it's a tad uneven here, I have 9 notes before we turn around, then I'm going to start the descending version with an upstroke. So the ascending version starts with a downstroke, but since I'm ending on a downstroke, then the beginning of the descending version must be with an upstroke. So upstroke 19th fret, downstroke 17th, and then upstroke 16th on the D string. Then you do the same thing, but you begin with a downstroke on the D string, in the 19th fret, and then 17 and 16 as well. Just 6 notes down. And now I'm moving down one position, moving down with my fourth finger to the 17th fret, and then I play up in the 17th fret, first. I don't think I played the first sequence there slowly.
I hate this exercise. This one in particular is annoying to maintain the alternate picking. The up, down, up, down. So it is down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Sorry. I'll just... So this dude Klaus, I feel like all of his exercises are basically designed to make you do something that your hand really doesn't want to do, and then do it over and over and over again until you have mastery over it. That hence the name of his website, guitarmastery.com. Because if you can become really comfortable in all these really weird motions, then you become very fluid. I'm fucking it up. That's how it should be. see how quickly he can make that go? Okay, so now we're going to turn this into a run. We're going to do this all the way up and down the thing.
So now you have a loopable little exercise that you can use to learn the sequence. And when I say learn, I mean get to the point where it's unconscious, where the fingers just move by themselves. Right hand, left hand pattern, it just runs in circles without you really thinking about it. Even when you start talking to someone about playing, that's how unconscious we'd like it to be. And then we can go to the second step of moving that around. So let's do a full on 6 strings with the same position.
Alright, so now it turns this to a chromatic exercise. Because we play it in one position, it's inside of the major scale, I believe. But if you play it over and over again, it becomes chromatic. So it's like. Something like that. We'll break it down.
So let's have a look at the run. What I do first is start on the low E string and then play one sequence. Right? So I play the 12, 14, 15, the A string. So
Or if you play it inside of the scale. 12th fret again and play the 12th, 14, and 15. And then on the D string, we have the 12th, 14, and 16. Those are the first two triplets. this out. Let's try Dorian for E, which is the natural minor, A, which is the Dorian, D, which is the major. Is that correct? I think this is major. And this is Dorian. This is natural minor. So then you gotta try this. Let's see how he switches
Like
between
this.
these.
Then I play 15th on the low E string, and I do 15th. Position to 14, first finger there, and then I play 14, 15, and 17. It's the 12th, so that's the first one, right? So let's do. It's the 12th fret, and it sounds like this, right? So you just follow this on the A string, and then start with so the first one starts with back here to the next right, so it's so you have to have two right, so it's turned around, so have 2 of these to get a full circle, right? So you have the picking for the whole thing. Let's look at the next one. Now we ended up here on the D string. Let's go back now to the 12th fret again and play 12, 14, and
So that's what's called a turnaround. Turnaround. That's a technical term. We should internalize that. Allahu Akbar. Alright. It seems easy, but it's actually really complicated when you break down what's happening. So this is how I'm going to try approaching guitar in the future. I'm going to zero in on all the things that are difficult for me to do and just play it over and over again. Because whenever my fingers need to do that, they'll have a little bit more of intuition for it. Alright, so let's go back to this thing. Now this thing, we're practicing these turnarounds while maintaining alternate picking within the scalar modal structure. So there's two different turnarounds, right? So there's this, turnaround, 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 turnaround. So if I can internalize this idea of turnaround, I think that'll be useful for me. A lot of times, that's kind of where I get lost in the alternate picking, right? When I'm trying to go like up and down. See how sloppy my alternate picking is? What a disgrace.
One first, and then put on practice number 2 by itself, and then put.
So I'm gonna practice each of these individually. Right? Alright. Let's figure this out here. So you see how, so this is, it's a question of, and then we're using this term technically, endurance, right? It's not, I'm not using that in a vague sense, like, yeah, you don't have endurance, like, in a very broad, general way. I mean that specifically as a technical term as it relates to guitar, meaning you can't play the sequence for long durations of time. without fucking it up. So we want to get this ridiculously fast, right? But in order to do that, we have to start ridiculously slow. Okay. So our alternate picking is already improving slightly, but this is how I think about it. There is the unconscious mode of playing and there is the conscious mode of playing. And so where I'm very conscious, I can consciously play with as good form as I can manage. However, unconsciously, you will revert to the poor form, whether you like to or not. And so we have to practice with good form as much as humanly possible to mitigate the degree to which you revert to poor form. And so that is the utility of conscious practice and what I would refer to as an insane degree of repetition. It's at 40 BPM, which is ridiculously slow. I'm going to bring it down to 30. Room for improvement. This plays really slowly. The descending is, that's all me, but whatever. So if you play that all in sequence and get it all smooth and fast, then you'll play ridiculously good. Look at how Klaus here plays
Put
this
that
shit.
on, and then practice number 3 by itself.
Alright, hang on. So, see
So
this?
to the
See how
next.
quickly he does it?
Up, down, up.
Like it literally sounds like you're flipping, like you're shuffling a deck of cards.
Down, up, down, up. Right, so it's turned around. So, right.
Right there. And so we have these turnarounds, right? So that's what makes it difficult. It's already kind of difficult to play fast, but I think incorporating these turnarounds is kind of one of the more optimal ways to practice it, it seems, because that forces you to slow it down and break it apart bit by bit and think about the technique of it, right? So that when you go back to just the regular without turnarounds, you'll have really you'll internalize the motion a little better. Okay, I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'm gonna practice that very intensely. And so this is the good thing to keep in mind, is that I don't have to play like Klaus at all. What I'm trying to do is to internalize these notions and then bring them to under my tool belt. And so I'm practicing what I want to practice. And the main thing, the building blocks for all the other picking styles, the alternate picking. And so we just gotta, rather than trying to practice individually all these different weird styles, we gotta start with the basics, right? The real basics. And then, once we really are on good footing with the alternate picking, then keeping in mind the sort of thing he was saying earlier about like, you don't want to just practice things, you want to try to combine them. We're going to have to learn how to just incorporate all of the picking styles together, right? And just play them seamlessly, right? Because sometimes you want to do a legato sequence, sometimes you want to just throw in a sweep, sometimes it'd be cool to get that economy picking kind of vibe. And so I would want to master those different techniques unconsciously. And so that when I'm playing, I don't think, let me throw in a legato run here or whatever. Because that will naturally show. If that's my thought process, if your thought process is literally like, let me try sweep picking, let me do some legato, all right, now I'm going to do economy picking. That's going to show in your playing, inevitably. It's going to be robotic. And so first, I want to improve what I already rely on the most, the alternate picking. So let's return to this.
So you have to have two of these to get a full circle, right? So you have the picking for the whole thing. let's look at the next one. Now we ended up here on the G string. Let's go back to the 12th fret.
Ain't that crazy? That was pretty complicated a couple minutes ago. Now we just played it perfectly, essentially. Like, wasn't as fast. That was pretty much it. Alright, so let's see where he's going with this.
16 on the D string. And
Because
then we
there is
go
a
to the G string,
descending
play
pattern we're
7,
going to have to
12,
learn as
14,
well.
16. And then I move position and go 14, 16, and 17. Right? So I. And then we had our. That's how it looks. Slowly. Now you might want to stop the video now and just practice the 3 here, or just, practice
Right.
number 1 first.
So we did stop and did practice that.
And then
Good.
put on practice number 2 by itself.
So
Then put
now
that on.
this is the next half of that.
All together. Let's play the 3 notes we've been playing before, 12, 14, and 16 on the G string. Let me see. And then we go to the and we have the same shape of notes, or frets here, 2 alternate intervals, but they start in the 13, and we go to the 15.
Alright, yeah, and then we
17
already
fret
figured
on
out
the G
that. So he told us, so this is what happened. He told us to stop and practice these first 3 parts. I go like this. Then we naturally, since we're so smart, we figured out the next part, and that goes like this. And then, so he's going to go through those last 2 ones, and then he's going to explain the descending.
Right, so you go 12, 14, 16 on the G string, and then 13, 15, and 17 on the B string. Now from here, I move up 1 position, go to the 15th fret, put my first finger there, and then I play 2 whole tone intervals again in the 15, That's the 4th one. Let's do the last
Alright, come on, man.
one. Ascending here.
Pick up the
From
pace,
here,
buddy. We're
I move
just
back
way ahead
to
of
the
him.
13th fret. Position to the 15th, 17th, and 19th. Let's play that one slowly. So if you're not ascending or descending, now you can end the run. On one of the notes
Alright, here we go. Here's what we want to see.
Play that one a couple of times. So you get it in your head. You might do it 50 times. So you count. 1, 2, and so on, right? Until you have it down.
Alright, we're going to play through the whole thing. For each one, we're going to play through each one like 10 times, just for the fuck of it. Alright, now. Let's turn off the metronome. And so, and this is the other thing, he doesn't want us to use our pinky. He wants us to actually do what is the technical term? A position switch. So, that changes how you do things. I figured that out a second ago, but there. 1. 'I like doing that slide because it sounds good, but that's actually not how we should be doing this practice. Oh, let's go through it. So that's pretty slow, but we're gonna have to build the speed up.
And then put all 5 together once you really focused on each individual one of them. You might say that you're going to practice this 50 times, then the next 50 times, and then put those 2 together, play them together 50 times, and then, do the next 2, forget about the first, so you kind of, whatever works for you. Just make sure you don't get overwhelmed, try and take it all in. And the 17th fret up here on the high E string. And I'm going to start and run here by using an upstroke because that's how it ends, right? Just like in our circular exercise. That's actually what happens up here. And that's the same thing that goes on when I turn around and run here. So play those 6 notes up here. 20, 19, 17 on both the high E play up, down, up on the high E string, 20, 19, 17, and then up, down, up, sorry, down, up, down. Start with an upstroke up here. So up, and then down, up, down. And then I'm moving position from these three notes down to these three notes, and those are in the 19th, the 17th, and the 15th. So that's my first descending instance of the sequence. So I go up, down, up, 20, 19, 17 on both strings. Down, up, down. From here, I put my fourth finger where the dot is in the 19th fret, and play 19. Here, I put my fourth finger down, up, down. From here, I put my fourth finger where the dot is in the 19th fret, and play 19, 17, and 15. Slowly, starting with an upstroke. Let's do the next one, number 2, descending. I'm going to go back to my 20th fret on the B string and play 3 notes there, 20, 19, and 17. Right? And then I'm going to, those are the first 3 notes, then I'm going to go for the next string here, and those notes following the E minor scale is in the 19th, the 17th, and the 16th. So where the dot is, and same thing here, and then in between the dots right there, 16th fret. So I'm going to play those 3 notes again. We start the 18th, the 17th, and the 16th. So where the dot is, and same thing here, and then in between the dots right there, 16th fret. So I'm going to play those 3 notes again. We start it with the downstroke on the first 3 notes here. B string, 20. Upstroke here, and I play the 9th down. So down, up, down. Then I come to an upstroke here, and I play the 19th, the 17th, and the 16th, and the 18th, the 17th, and so down, up, down. Then I come to an upstroke here, and I play the 19th, the 17th, and the 16th. And then I move position down to the 17th fret, right there. And then I play the 16th and the 14th. And down. So down, up, down. Then I come to an upstroke. Act. Yeah, so let's do the next one. Number 2, descending. I'm going to go back to my 20th fret on the B string and play 3 notes there, 20, 19, and 17. Right? And then I'm going to, those are the first 3 notes, and I'm going to go for the next string here. And those notes following the E minor scale is in the 19th, the 17th, and the 16th. So where the dot is, and 17th, and 18th. We started with a string as well. 19, 7. And now go back. Number 2. Now go back to the G string here, and I start with an upstroke. Play those 3 notes down from the 19th to the 16th. And I play those exact same frets on the D string as well. 19, 17, and 16.
So far we got alright, and that brings us back down to here. I actually completed the sequence. He's only like halfway through, but so basically it's gonna go like this. Whatever. You see what I'm saying? And then it becomes like an endless loop of alternate picking. When you play that over and over again, you get really fucking fast, smooth picking.
Yeah, so let's do the fourth one. Let's start again by playing the previous triple there. So I'm going to play the 19th, 17th, 16th. And then I'm going to go to the H string, play about the same chords, but sorry. Yeah. And then I move down one position on the A string, go to the 17th, play the 17th, the 15th, and the 14th. So, let's play that one. Picking is correct, or you have up and down all the way, and you started with a downstroke, then this last note of the descending version will be an upstroke. Let's just make the last instance here a bit slower.
Alright, so let's see if we can get this right before he plays it. So it starts with an upstroke. Okay. Just take this piece by piece. Alright, so number one is this. Number two is this. Hang on.
I'm starting with an upstroke.
So number one is this. Fuck it. That's number one. This is number two. Number three. Fuck it. Yikes. Alright, so let's just try doing the whole descending sequence over and over. Hang on. Hang on. And the way you can tell if you did it right or wrong is if on the last note you end on an upstroke, right? because the first note of the sequence starts on a downstroke when you ascend, right? So if we end an upstroke here, then we can go to this. Alright, so we're going to keep with this until we can play the whole thing in sequence. Alright, it's gonna help me if I notice how, so if this is that means this right here is the major scale. Which means right here this is Dorian. And right here is Phrygian. So it just layers right on top of those scales, basically. So if I think about this as it's from the top of the Dorian going into the major scale, and then we end at the minor scale, that can help me find my place easier, I think. Which means we fucked up at some point. It's supposed to end on an upstroke. So let's pick this apart very carefully. Up, down, up. Did it wrong again. pretty easy. So this is not very hard, so I can't think of it as very hard. That'll have an artificial limitation. So we did it correctly, but we gotta do it much smoother. Let's really work on this descending sequence. Let's pick it apart. That's where we're having trouble. That's number one. And there's this. That's number two. And there's this. That's number three. We did it wrong because we ended on a downstroke. So let's make note of where we. So this is start as an upstroke. And this one should start as a downstroke. This one should start as an upstroke. So upstroke, downstroke, upstroke, fuck. There we go. Alright. So it's pretty sloppy. We can improve. But basically, it's not even really about like mastering this thing and it being like, yeah, now we're just gonna play that over. So the idea is by playing it over and over again, we can internalize proper form for alternate picking and the turnarounds. So let's do it really, really, really slow. Turn off this fucking beat. Okay. This is a good one. We're gonna do this pretty regularly, and I think it just kind of subconsciously forces you to play with good form. We're not there yet. They say the real learning happens when you sleep. Alright. So let's go through this one more time, and then or maybe a couple more times. Well, the repetition thing is the key. So let's try going through like 10 times. And then we're going to move on to the next thing. Something's fucked up about my finger right now. It's stretch these out. Ooh. Garbage. Terrible. Really not good. So let's go to pentatonic alternate picking. See, that was modal alternate picking. Now let's go to the pentatonic. That's the easier version, essentially.
So let's have a look at this little sequence, but before we do, let's just plot out the double note shape. I assume you know the minor pentatonic first position shape that we have right here. We're in the key of E chords, so you're on the 12th fret, and you have the first finger, and then you have the second note for both the G, interval there on both the D string,
Alright, man, let's get to
and
it.
the A string, and you still have your first finger in the 12th fret. And then on the low E string, you have that minor third interval again, where you have the 12th and the 15th fret. That is the traditional. That is the traditional minor shape, right? But then we add some notes to it. We just add another note on each string from the scale. So, for instance, the E string here, combining two being the 17th fret on the E string, giving you this kind of structure. You have the minor third as well, so here you have the same, and you might want to practice that right now just to get it. And you don't mind that you have double notes there.
Alright, so we're doing the two pentatonic positions on top of each other, playing both of them as one scale. So exactly the same frets on these two strings, exactly the same frets on the top two strings. So what you could say is we have basically the same two shapes up here, then we have a kind of an odd shape in between the two whole tone intervals.
on the G string, and then we have again two reversed shapes where we have the whole tone first and then the minor third interval afterwards. I'm just saying this because it makes it easier to remember the shape visually. When you have these two shapes on the D and A string, and then again the minor third and the whole tone, just like on the top E string, you have that same shape on the bottom E string or the low E string, and that gives us this shape. Right? So now we have a double note shape. And let's create a sequence within it that fits it, so we don't have is that we're going
That's what we want to do.
Let's look into it. What you do is you have the first three notes on the high E string there, right? And then you are going to focus on the 15th fret on the B string. So you have the 12, 15, and 17 on the high E string. You have the 15th right there. And what you do is that you start with the 15th fret. You pick that with an upstroke. So you go, and then you pull it off down to the 12th fret right here. So that's pretty manageable. Right, upstroke first in the 15th fret on the high E string, pull off down to the 12th. And then you hit the 15th fret on the B string with a so you pick the 15th fret on the high E string, down, and then you go right back to the E string and just go up and down. So you go. So once you've done this, upstroke, pull off down to 12, downstroke in the 15th fret on the B string, then you use an upstroke again to return to the 12th fret on the E string. So you basically go up, pull off, downstroke, upstroke, again slowly. Back to the 12th fret on the high E string. And from there, you hammer on in the 15th, and you hammer on in the 17th, and you pull off down to the 15th again, and pull off down from the 15th to the 12th. So once you hit the E string right there, you basically just hammer on and pull off all the notes up and then down. Alright, so now we have upstroke, pull off, downstroke, new string, and then upstroke, upstroke. Right, upstroke.
So this is it. That's it.
Right?
You practice
So,
that and get it really
now you
fast.
have a
It's pretty
sequence there,
impressive, I
but
guess.
let's move it around so we don't have to stay in the same place all day. So what you really do is you just repeat the whole thing, but you start on a different string. So let's do it. That's
I
the
see.
first
And then you turn it
instance
into a
of
run
sequence.
by copying the pattern, right? So. And this is good because it's going to really train our pinky to be lightning fast. That's a good one to practice.
Sequence. And I think it's a good idea to create a circular exercise that you can do over and over and over again, where you don't have to stop, so you don't have to go and then okay, and one more time. You want a circular exercise where you can go, but that exercise has to contain all challenges, or at least the challenges you're working on. So, but in this case, we're just going to create an exercise that really contains all of them almost. So we're just going to do 2 strings. So I'm going to go right on the first one, then I'm going to place my fingers on the B string instead, and then do the whole thing, but now from the B string. And the only difference really is where the note is on the lower string. up here I had the note in the 15th fret. When I start on the B string, I have my extra note there in the 14th fret, and I have to use my second finger to finger that note. I'm just going to do the same thing. Right, so I'm hitting the 15th fret with an upstroke and pulling off down to the 12th. Then I'm hitting the 14th fret with a downstroke on the G string. And returning to the B string, 12th fret, with an upstroke. I'm just going to hammer on and pull off again all the way down. Right, so it sounds like this. Right, so the next thing here would be, because now you have the notes in the 14th and the 12th fret there, and the 16th fret, you know, that special string in the middle here. And what I do is I hit the 14th fret with an upstroke, pull off down to the 12th with my second finger there, or my third finger, depending on what finger you usually use to play a shape like this. I use my second finger. So, pull off, upstroke on the G string, pull off down to 12, hit the 14th fret on the D string with a downstroke, and then have an upstroke again in the 12th fret on the G string, and then I hammer on to 14th, hammer on to 16th, pull off down to 14th, and pull off down to 12th. I'll play that slowly.
Cool. Alright then. That was pretty solid.